Weird. I guess it did, but I don't... Welcome back to the stream again, love. It is Wednesday, starting up a little late again today because the dog yet again did not wake me up and I didn't turn on alarms, so I wasn't awake until like 1 p.m. But I'm still able to stream for at least a little while. Technically he gets out early today too, so it wouldn't be nearly as long. It'd be only like maybe an hour of streaming technically, but I think he's supposed to go do some other things after work, so it should be similar to the length I would normally have when he gets out of work normal. I don't know. I did a little bit off stream last night and I just gave the dog one of the toys that we put away that she hasn't had in a while, so that should keep her pretty calm and distracted for at least a little bit, I'm hoping. When she gets particularly destructive with toys, she gets them put away in a drawer for a while so that they're out of sight and she forgets about them, which is supposed to help her with not being as destructive towards them when they are back out again. But, oh, she found that it has a squeaker. I didn't even know it has a squeaker. It sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't, and I mean, with how destructive she is, we kind of have to accept the fact that she's going to destroy like 70% of her toys, so this one is one of the tougher made ones that's supposed to be a little less destructible, and she already had it like broken into within the first day, so we put it away for a while. And it's been away for quite a few weeks because I forgot it was in the drawer, so I just took it out before I started streaming so that she can just have fun at that. If she's gonna destroy it, she's gonna destroy it. It wasn't that expensive of a toy, and it's been away for quite a few weeks, so may as well just let her do whatever with it. As far as updates go, there's not much to update on. The schedule for the rest of the week will be a little wonky. I will be not streaming tomorrow or Friday, I believe. Maybe on Friday. I definitely won't be streaming tomorrow, but I might be streaming on Friday depending on how long my partner goes to work for. He's supposed to have tomorrow and Friday off, but he's going in on Friday and on Saturday some to get some extra hours to be able to afford Christmas stuff, because they very rarely gave him extra hours for work for Christmas, so whatever opportunity he gets, he kind of has to take on that. So he's going to be in for getting money for Christmas stuff, which means that I might be streaming while he's at work. I'm not sure. It depends on how long he's at work and such, because it's going to be like in the morning when he goes to work, and I'm not usually awake that early. But tomorrow is definitely a no stream day. It normally is a no stream day, but I've been streaming anyways because I tend to have the time the last few weeks. But I will be going to my dad's with the dog and with him for Thanksgiving stuff. So no, you do not need to throw it in my face. That's why that toy gets put away. Yesterday we had no mic day, but I did get quite a bit done with the microphone off, so I'll have to give you guys a little bit of a tour again. We finished up the glass over there, which was already on stream and on mic, I think. But then we did quite a few rooms in the house without the mic on yesterday, so I'll have to show you guys that, and we'll do an updated little house tour. So let me put this stuff away and then we'll do a little house tour real quick. When I played last night a little extra, but when I played all I did was really collect mobs and go mining. I got a few more diamonds, I got quite a bit more iron, a little bit more coal, all that sort of stuff, a little bit more gold. Oh, the other thing that I did do, which I will show you guys, is I did go over and finish the minecart system for the mine over there, since I hadn't finished that and I had gotten quite a bit of iron and gold, so I could go make that. So I did, and I made the rest of the rails for that and finished that off, so we have a working system for that, so we can go over to that mine more often. But let's do a house tour. So updated house tour, we have buttons for the doors. You can go in, and you walk in, and most of this is undecorated, but this is the kitchen. We have a nice little kitchen with a fridge that works and gives you a piece of food if you need it. Some storage cabinets, cake, all that sort of stuff. A nice little sink there. Then you come into the dining room. The dining room has a table set up, some little bookshelves, some decorations, some candles, nice pretty red candles. We have another little storage barrel here. There's an exit to the dining room, or entrance to the dining room over there, and an exit over here. And then we go into the little sunroom porch, which I'm basically making into like a greenhouse, was the concept that I ended up going with. So it's got a lot of greenery. It's got leaves and vines and glowberries. The main source of light is actually glowberries in here. A little garden, a little garden bed here, a little table for working on with some black candles. Black candles I actually did on purpose because black candles are for protection. So it's kind of like a little, it's kind of meant to be like a little witchcraft area and herbal witch area. So black candles for protection, and then some storage, and a couple potted plants. Stop. Nixie, I will put it back away if you're gonna keep throwing it in my face. And yeah, so that's the little setup for this area. We've got some bookshelves again. Most of this house is going to be kind of greenery and bookshelf themed, because that would be kind of the ideal house for me, and that's kind of my decor setup in real life as well, as just shelving and like greenery when I can, although I don't have greenery anymore because animals. But yeah, so there's that. What I'm thinking for the rest of the floor is that a lot of it's going to be open concept. I'll probably make one more room in here somewhere, and then we'll have to decorate this room in the corner, and then the rest of this will be like hallway space, but we also have to decorate the hallway space as well. So yeah, and then we have the back room over here, which I did without explaining when I was no mic, I believe. This is meant to be like a laundry room slash working space, since it goes out to the garden. And most houses that I know, like their back doors usually go into like a laundry room or a little multi-purpose room. So it has like the idea of a wood stove here. We have some shelving, we have some workstations, some shelves to put things on in theory, empty bookshelves. Some storage, a little tool, some cabinets, a sink, a washer and a dryer, all that sort of stuff. And it's all nice and lit up. We have the cat room, which has already been said, but I still want to tour it anyways, where we have some of our cats. They have a little grass area, they have their little potted plants, they have a nice little catwalk. And then we go in here and we have the library, where we have just assorted bookshelves and barrels and a nice little 2-floor setup. And then you go up to the second floor, and the second floor is mostly unfinished. Again, we'll have to decorate in the hallway space, and then we have to figure out what to do with these 2 rooms. And then we'll have to decorate the porch a little and the other roof deck part. And then we have my bedroom that I did decorate, where I have a few of our cats and a lot of shelving and bookshelf space and some greenery, and a book and a jukebox and some paintings, and then a lifted loft bed style with a little painting above it, and some storage next to the bed right here, a nice lantern and glowberries for lighting. The glowberries make like a fairy light entrance to it, which is really nice. And then we go back here under the stairs, and under the stairs here is an enchantment table set up. We have crafting table and chests for storing any of our enchantment stuff. Eventually this will be our main enchantment table instead of the one down there, because it's also a level 31. I probably actually can do that today since we don't need to. 1 second. I probably can actually move that stuff today since we don't need it down there anymore. And then we go up here and we have all of our storage, which is mostly organized. I'm going to also decorate this room and decorate some of the edges here, of here. And then one more floor and you go up to the attic. I don't know how to decorate the attic, to be honest. It has the little roof windows. I'm thinking maybe we can just do it like cobwebby and kind of old-fashioned. I am going to be looking up a few ideas before I get working on the rest of the rooms. Just kind of looking up like Minecraft house decoration or looking up Minecraft attic or stuff like that so that I can get some concepts to work with. Which is kind of what I did for thinking of the dining room. I looked up Minecraft dining room, but then I didn't really listen to any of the ones that I saw. And then the last part of the house tour, which is coming out from our little laundry room there, is our little garden area, which is not going to be the only one. We have a couple trees, we have a composter, a barrel for some storage, we have some leaves, some greenery, we have a beehive with one little lone bee, we have all of the lovely flowers, and then we have 2 little archways and a 3rd exit that doesn't have an archway back in the back, and a pathway to connect them all. So yeah, that's the house so far. I think we're going to finish decorating the inside and then hopefully add to the outside. I want to add another garden space here where you have to walk in through the garden and the walkway to get to the door. I want to add another garden space around on this side, and then that'll be it, I think, so that we have some added stuff. And then I have to decorate these little garden boxes here, and yeah. But we can start by doing some simple stuff, moving stuff around and things like that, and then I can also show you guys the minecart system that we made, which you guys have seen, but I haven't been able to ride it since I never finished it. So that's nice to be able to actually see in action instead of just see it as a concept. Eventually it'll probably be something a little more fancy, but since I don't use it very often, it'll be fine to be like that. 1 second. This dog and this cat are going to be the death of me. I still want to keep the little system we have here for the most part, like a furnace, probably not this, a furnace and a couple chests and a crafting table. Since we do come back to here quite often, I'll have to move the BRB sign to somewhere. I'll probably make like an AFK room in the house. 1 second. This dog is driving me insane because she thinks that every time the cat exists, she wants to play, and she doesn't want to play. I'm gonna leave this for now. I've been doing a lot of work in other mines. Like, there's a mine over that way that I've been doing some work in, and then there's a mine over that way I was in the other day. So that's why I haven't used this system as much. I also want to go into the nether and replace the nether portal to near the fortress, so that we're not high up in the air when we're spawning in, and then see where that takes me. And as usual, we have this little area. I'll do a better like world tour. We also finally added glass in here. I'll do a better world tour very soon because I need that as a clip and as a separate part. But I also did terraforming over here, which is why there's a bunch of dirt. But this is our minecart. We now have a working minecart system to get over to the mine over here where the mine shaft is, which is nice. It'll keep going over all the way. And my thought is that it will work really well for when I'm in there, because I can just keep minecart with chests on that side and then send them home when I get finished with them. And that way we can have added inventory space, which will be nice. Eventually I'll probably put some builds on this big flat plains area as well, since there's a lot of space for builds. But we're still working on our home area, so I don't want to wander off too far. I had to modify it a little because I was kind of stupid when I built the original cobble and forgot that rails can't turn and go down at the same time. They have to turn or go down. Or they can in like very specific parts and stuff. So I had to adjust that a bit. But yeah, it goes all the way down into the mine to here. And this is the mine with the mine shaft that we were in. I did run out of powered rails when I was doing it, but I luckily found a little bit of gold around the corner and some redstones that I could just make some more. And then you go all the way back home. Nice and simple and quick, and everything works the way it's supposed to. I probably will have to add like some sort of covering to it for the spots that are on the ground where mobs could go on it so that they can't get in the way. But also because this isn't loaded very often, it's fine for now. Since it's so far away, it's loading as we're going towards it, so it's not like already having mobs loaded in that would be on the tracks. So I'm going to do a bit of modifying to that village. I'm going to keep it, but I'm going to do a bit of modifying to it eventually. There was a big open hole here of a mine that I covered up. I want to take that hill down some so that you can see the village from afar better. Yeah. That's all so far. And that's just our little mine. And our minecart system for it. We need to name the rest of the cats, and we need a calico cat to finish off having one of every cat type that we can get at right now. I also really wish I could find a witch's hut to get a black cat from, because I would love to have a black cat. Nixie, leave her alone. I do not need to yell at you for you to listen. So yeah. That's pretty much all so far. Most of what I've been doing is decorating the house a little and then doing a bunch of mob hunting day and night to get some supplies to be able to trade with the villagers. We have 3 stacks of emerald blocks now in our chest in the house, not to mention the extras in the chest down by the village. And yeah, we have quite a bit to use, so I don't need to continuously keep trading with them, but I have been just out of... It helps with XP, and I like to have the supplies from it, so... And I like having the villagers leveled up well, so it works out alright. I think we'll add another layer here. Since we covered this up, I'm going to add another layer here, so it's a little bit closer to the fully adjusted height. And I think we need to add some more trees to this forest so that it is a little bit more growing towards this garden. So I think I want to curve it and have it end about here, so the garden just barely protrudes out of the forest instead of being a pretty far stick out. Like, it's already pretty well done over here of it being a decent curve. It's just not on the other side. And then we also have to decorate in here as a little oasis, but I'm not sure how I want to decorate it yet, so I've just been letting it kind of exist and grow some more grass. I made sure that most of the dirt is at least 2 thick so that we can do a lot with it without falling into that mine down below. And I did leave that open hole so I can still throw stuff into that mine. Instead, it's still kind of a cool little part of the world. I can probably mine it back a little more on the edges if I want to or need more space. I don't think I'm going to put any animals in it on purpose because of the fact that there is that big open hole that they can just fall down through. But I'm not sure what I'll put in it. The reason that the trapdoors are there in the middle is so that I can still throw excess mob drops that I need to down in without having to climb down to do it. It's also a nice little haven. She discovered that has a squeaker. It's also a nice little haven for being able to hide away from mobs in the middle of the night if I'm too overwhelmed by them. Speaking of mobs at night, I'm going to hunt mobs tonight, and then I'll figure out what to do with the house. But the house is coming along well. I'm hoping to finish it before I start other builds, which is why we've been pretty stuck in place and doing a lot of tasks over and over again. Because I don't want to, whenever I don't want to work on the house, I also don't want to, whenever I don't want to work at the house, on the house, I also don't want to start something new because I want to finish the house before I start new things. So I get in a weird limbo where I have to kind of just do random things until I feel like working on the house again. But hopefully we'll solve that by finishing the house soon. It's not that far. It's like, we have it like at least halfway done, which is nice. It's been sitting in a just barely done for ages. I have to check my phone because my phone just went off a couple times. My audio for my alerts is muted today because I haven't turned it back on since I haven't been awake for long. Normally when I wake up I turn my notification sound back down because I usually turn it up to have my alarms go off. I turn it back down and then I turn it on so that it's able to give me notifications for people messaging me. But I woke up and I was in a rush to get everything done so that I could get back on stream and get everything out of the way on time and everything, so I haven't gotten that far. I haven't checked most of the things on my phone that I normally check and all that. I have like this little routine to be able to check all of my games and stuff on my phone in time before I get anything else done with the day. More so habit than need. I just like to keep up with all of the games that I have on my phone, because a lot of them are task-based. And I haven't done that either today. I did not know there was a squeaker in that toy, otherwise I would not have given that one to her. Granted, all the other ones in the drawer also have squeakers, so it kind of was bound to happen. She still hasn't managed to actually tear into it, she's just torn like the edges of it. It's extra tough, so there's like these 2 layers of fabric instead of 1. Get out of here, now. Stop throwing things in the corner. You're not allowed to be in the corner. It's extra tough, so it has like 2 different layers of tougher fabric before you get to the actual stuffing of it. And I don't know if the stuffing's actual stuffing or if it's like foam. But she's torn into one of the layers of fabric and taken off one of the like little fins on it. It's a weird little creature. She's taken off one of the little fins on the creature, but she hasn't actually gotten through to the stuffing yet. Although considering, I don't know if she's eating her food. I was gonna say considering she's eating something, she probably did get to the stuffing, but no, she's just eating her food. She has a habit of just eating the stuffing out of everything. That's why she tries to get at all the stuffing of things. Although, for the most part, it seems like she's eating it, but she's not. There are a few of her toys that she straight up does just eat the stuffing, but for the most part, she actually just like takes it out and chews on it and then spits it back out and leaves it throughout the house. Especially like her bed, for example, her dog bed that she takes apart. She takes a ton of stuffing out of that, but it's still all on the floor by the end of when she's done, because she just chews on it a little and puts it back on the floor anyways, so. But I don't know whether she'd eat that one or not. It's certain types of stuffing that she eats, and she hasn't gotten into that one for me to know what stuffing is in it. I thought she behaved well earlier when I went to do some work, but it turns out she found one of my slippers that I had hidden away and was chewing on that. So I came downstairs to that all over the place, which was a little upsetting, but she didn't fully destroy it at least. So it's still mostly intact. I need to pick up things since it's starting to lag the PlayStation. The audio is a little glitchy, where sometimes it doesn't actually play audio through my headphones like it's supposed to. So I don't actually hear any of the Minecraft audio right now, which is weird. It also makes me feel incredibly like I'm just speaking to nothing because of the fact that I can't hear any of the game audio either, so I don't know like if I'm even technically playing anything. in my head. It's weird. Oh, of course you stopped moving. Yeah, it's getting too laggy. I need to go grab the stuff that I've gotten. As I keep shooting. I just want to kill these guys though. Most of the lag is from the XP more so than the items. If there wasn't so much XP orbs from everything, it wouldn't be as lagged every time. But the problem is every time I go to collect things, I see other mobs that I want to kill, so I have to go shoot at them. And then I just end up in an endless loop of creating myself more lag. Oh, of course he moved away right as I shot. Why wouldn't he? Okay. Let's repair our pickaxe a little if we can. There we go. I was gonna say, our pickaxe needed repairing. The audio in my headphones is so weird and dialed down. I also only wear one headphone when I'm streaming because I usually have to... Ooh, that's nice lag. I was gonna say, that's gonna make that creeper explode in my face. Love that. I would have been able to defeat that creeper easily if it weren't for it to completely freeze while he was half exploded in my face. I was still swinging that whole time it was lagging, and somehow it still counted it as him exploding and not me killing him. Gotta love it. I was at level 70. I used quite a few levels getting some quick books that I just enchanted, and then most of them I disenchanted because they weren't actually useful. When I don't have anything to actually enchant, I just kind of cycle through book enchants over and over again until I find something semi-useful. Because I don't like having too many levels, since I do still have a habit of dying once in a while. So I don't want to die with a ton of levels on me and lose them all. But I do want to get to the end soon. That's another habit. That's another goal we have to have. Is getting to the end. I still haven't gone through the stronghold. I know where it is. We did go find where it is. It's underneath a village off in that direction. But I haven't actually gone and found the stronghold and then found where the portal is. And I'd like to know where it is to be able to get at it, and also to go there soon because we do have decent armor. And the end really isn't that bad. I'm actually less scared of the end than I am of the nether, to be honest. And defeating the dragon means we can respawn it at some point. And we can also go get a bunch of shulkers, which would be useful for when we're mining and going to do tasks and things, so that we have more storage. Especially for bigger build projects, as we add extra builds outside of our home area. We'll need to have some extra storage from like shulkers to be able to actually have any of the build stuff done quickly. Mixie's currently pushing her food bowl around. I'm gonna have to go add some more food to that. She has specific feed times, but if she finishes it, we just kind of add some extra dry food into it, because when she has her feed time, she usually has it with added wet food on top. So my concept is basically, if she's hungry enough to eat dry food on its own, she can have some more, because she usually won't eat just dry food unless she's particularly hungry. So she heard me say hungry and had tilted real bad. So if she finishes it, I just add some more. Oh hush, I will give you some in a second. So if she's really hungry enough to eat the dry food on its own, I just give her some more. She's been quite hungry and still refused just plain dry food, so I know that she's not going to overeat like most dogs. Most dogs will overeat, but this dog really doesn't. Apologies for the noise. I didn't want to take my headset off. If you're still hungry, you can eat that. Yeah, at her meal times at noon and 6 p.m. she gets food with some toppers on it, like some wet food and some shredded cheese sometimes and like stuff like that, because it usually gets her to start to realize that it's mealtime and it's also like a special treat for her. But in between that, if she does fully empty the bowl, because she rarely empties her bowl, I do just add regular dry food in it, and so once in a while she'll eat some of that. Usually I'll add regular dry food in it and she'll act like she's starving and is going to eat it and then doesn't, so I just kind of let her have it. So that just kind of sits there. You'd think that she'd be overweight with how much she eats and like the fact that we do usually just leave her with food down for most of the day, but she doesn't actually have an overweight form to her. She's pretty well form wise. She's in a like pet weight range to active weight range, not active weight, pet weight to semi-active weight range, where she's still she's still in a really healthy range. She's not by any means. Stop. It is not time and you know it. And of course, because she downed a bowl of food, she's gonna complain that she needs to go out, even though she has a routine to go out. No, it's not time. But yeah, so that's her little routine that she has. She usually actually ends up having like 3 meal times now because of the fact that her and I do go on late night walks. So after she comes in from the late night walk, she usually will actually eat quite a bit of dry food on its own. She'll eat like almost a whole bowl of dry food on its own, and then she'll get ready and go to bed afterwards. Pretty fine. But if she only has the 2 meal times and only eats 2 bowls of food in the whole day, she's very, very underweight looking. So that's why we do kind of supplement it with dry food whenever in between if she is hungry enough to eat it. But she'll have to be switched to an adult food fairly soon, in a couple months or so, which I still have to research about. Her and I have been doing pretty long late night walks now, because he's been going to bed at like 9 p.m. or earlier. Well, he starts falling asleep at like 7, but he actually goes upstairs to bed at like 9 p.m. So when he goes up to bed, her and I stay downstairs, and I'll turn on Minecraft for a little while, or like sit on the couch with her for a little while, and then at like around like 10:30 to 11, I get her all ready and go for a walk, and then we go out and do that, and then we come back in and she eats a little food and drinks some water, and ooh, I'm losing my voice. When we come back in, she eats a little food, and I'll sit with her on the floor and just kind of pet her and tell her she did good and give her some water and some food to coax her to drink some water, since she doesn't remember to drink water unless she's reminded like a billion times. She'll literally just not touch her water bowl all day unless I tell her to, and then she'll remember that she's actually thirsty and chug a bunch of water. So I try to remind her to. So I'll remind her to drink some water because it's a really long walk usually, or even just the short walk, she still needs some. But the last couple we've been doing 1 mile walks, so it's pretty long for her. She usually eats snow halfway through to try to get some water. I would bring her travel water with me, but she doesn't want to use it when we're out at night because she's too high alert of keeping an eye on everything around her. So I just stop and let her eat some snow and ice on the way so that she gets some water in her system, because she likes to do that anyways. It's like an enrichment thing for her. So last night we did the mile again in like 20 minutes, which is pretty much the speed I normally do on my own without a dog. I thought it would be slower with the dog, but I should have known better because that dog likes to run a lot. She ran for like half of it. And of course, she won't run unless I'm running. Speaking of which, I did tell you this earlier, Elliot. I assume you're my one viewer right now. I haven't checked your message from reply. I haven't been on any of my damn messages yet. But she wanted to run for like half of it, and she'll only run if I'm running. She won't just like run ahead some. What I want to do is just unhook her and let her run ahead some, but she'll only run if I'm running since she doesn't want to get too far ahead. And she'll only run on leash instead of off leash when we're walking. So I have to like try to run with her, and goodness gracious, I cannot keep up with that dog when she's full on trying to run full speed, which is what she does for half of it. So we were on a back road and I was like full on sprinting to try to keep up with her, and she was pulling me along. I mean, I don't mind, it's exercise for me, whatever, but geez, I was like super tired and sweaty by the time I got home. But we did it in 20 minutes and then came back and she ate some food, and she slept quite a bit today. She didn't even wake me up at the time she normally does, and I forgot to set alarms, so we slept in quite a bit. And now she's whiny because she wants to go outside. And she can't for a little bit. I will bring her a little earlier than normal because of the fact that she didn't go as much this morning. She went at 1, but she didn't, like, she mostly just ate snow. She didn't actually go to the bathroom. So I will bring her out a little early since she hasn't gone to the bathroom yet, but I'm not going to bring her out now because it is in fact very early. It's almost a full hour early, and then she'll ask to go again at 3 because it's such a early. I'll probably wait like 15 minutes or so. She's not pacing or anything. I know she's whining, but she whines for everything. So I promise you it's not like I'm abusing her and refusing her to go out. She's just like laying on the ground, and every once in a while she'll whine at me. That's it. She's just mouthy. She's not actually she's not actually like being neglected or abused and whining because of that. I know I have to use that disclaimer quite often, but that's because she acts like she's being neglected or abused when she's being spoiled all the time. Yesterday I gave her a bath because I couldn't focus on work that I have to do. I actually have quite a bit of work to do today. Because I couldn't focus on it yesterday. I may as well just have been staring at a blank screen like I was sitting at my computer, but I could not get anything done. So, I just ended up coming back down off the computer. I was like, it's pointless for me to sit here and stare at the screen for ages. So to be productive, instead, what I did was give her a bath because she needed one and she hasn't had one in quite a while. She did much better than she did the last couple times where I used some of the tiny treats we have so she can have quite a few of them without being too many for her. So I can like keep them going and keep commands going so that she calms down some. Because the biggest thing is she needs kind of that command to either wait or sit or like relax, and a treat for doing so to be able to still behave in the bathtub for now until she gets a little more used to it. So she did a lot better than last time. Last time she was like screaming for half of it because she was getting so impatient and wanting to be out of the tub. This time she like didn't really make that much noise. She was a little pacing here and there, but she wasn't making much noise at all. And she even let me trim some of her hair afterwards, which I've never done before, and I thought she'd freak out about, but she was fine with. And she also, for the most part, let me brush her, and then let me brush her a couple more times because I had to brush her when she got out, and then like when she got back downstairs afterwards, and then like a third time, and then one more time before bed because it takes a while to get all of the shed hair off of her. But she's much softer and fluffier now, and she looks so much better with her trimmed hair. So I call them the butt floofs. She has like on the back of her hind leg, she has these like really long pieces of hair that just like stick straight back, and they look so dumb. And they're always collecting mud and stuff because she just sits in the mud and the salt all the time. So I really don't like them, and they're driving me insane. And I always was saying I wanted to trim them, but I didn't think I could because she's usually pretty finicky about new things. She still is really finicky about me, like, trimming her nails and stuff. She does let me do it much better than many dogs that I've seen, but she's still finicky about it, so I figured she'd be annoying about it. But she was pretty much treat motivated by the time we got done with the bath, so she just kind of let me hold her treat to her nose to keep her where she's supposed to be, and then trim them. I have to trim them again today a little bit because they're not fully trimmed. I mean, they are trimmed, but like I have to even it out a little because now that her hair is dry, it sits a little differently. But it looks so much better, and she looks so much better with it trimmed. She has like these neck floofs too that stick straight out from the side of her neck that I wish I could trim, but there's no way I could evenly trim those, so I'm not gonna bother. But I did trim her floofs on her butt so that she's a little bit better with that. Because I gave her that bath, and the only part of her that was actually dirty was like all of her like hind legs and her tail end and everything, because of the fact that she always has been sitting in mud and like running around in salt and everything all the time. Especially at my dad's, because at my dad's, when she goes out back, it's pretty muddy back there. There's not much grass because the dogs are out there so often that they've kind of like torn it all up. So it's all super just dirt and mud. So she gets so filthy. All the other dogs at my dad's had baths recently too, or are getting baths soon enough. Because of how dirty they all are from everything, and because of like having to keep up with Layla's wounds and stuff. Which, an update on Layla, the mom dog that I mentioned the other day. She seems to be doing much better from what I've had of updates from my dad. I haven't seen her again yet. I probably won't see her again until tomorrow, because we normally bring Nixie there today, but we're not going to since we're going there tomorrow anyways. It'd be a waste of gas to go 40 minutes over there for her to run around when she can run around tomorrow when we're there, so that's what we'll do. But she seems to be doing much better. She did give Dad a couple scares where she was acting a little weird and like kind of seemed like she was still in pain. But then like all of today and yesterday, she's been perfectly fine and acting all happy and wiggly and mouthy, because she's super talkative of a dog, and super jumpy and wiggly of a dog. So she seems to be doing much better. And he's still keeping an eye on her, and she still has a cone on so she doesn't cause any infections by licking her wounds and stuff. Which, of course, my Nana and my dad got in such a stupid argument over that, because my Nana's like, they always said that dogs heal their wounds by licking them when I was a kid, and blah blah. Which is a common misconception. A lot of older myth and a lot of older sayings used to say that a dog like licks their wounds to heal it, like that they had like healing in their tongue or whatever, and that they could like lick their wounds to fix their wounds. And that used to be a really common saying, and that's what my Nana was saying, was like that's what they always told her when she was a kid. But that's actually not true, like not factually true. Dogs actually have a lot of germs in their mouth, obviously, because they like eat poop and everything else, and they have a lot of germs in their saliva, just like humans have a lot of germs in our mouths. So they have a lot of germs in their mouths, and licking their wounds can actually cause infection because of the fact that they're usually just putting extra bacteria on it. Granted, it doesn't happen very often where it can actually cause a severe infection. It does, in fact, tend to work out okay for most dogs, but the main reason for cones and why they still use them, and why they use them a lot now, is because of the fact that their saliva is very bacteria filled, and they need to be able to have that distance to not lick them as much, so that they don't get them infected. But it's also a matter of keeping the wounds dry, because keeping wounds dry is really important to heal them, and if they're constantly licking them, it's not going to help with healing. So that's one of the other reasons that cones are very needed for wounds nowadays, and they weren't as much prevalent in the older days, because people didn't know that they were needed, and now they do. But she's got a cone on. He got that like right away from the store, because he knows the drill of that. her last one that she had from the vet already was like destroyed, so, and I think my Nana threw it away because she was like, oh, I don't need this sitting around, and threw it away. So he had to go buy a new one. Well, she seems to be doing much better. I'll see her tomorrow. I think he also had to give the puppy a bath, so I'm curious how that went, because the puppy hasn't had a bath yet. Nixie's sibling that lives there hasn't had a bath yet, as far as I know, in her lifetime. Or actually, no, I think she has had a bath in her lifetime, because A, they're 11 months, so it would be kind of impossible to not give her a bath yet. And B, I think that she got into some muck one of the other times they were playing out back and she needed to be bathed. Oh, I could have let that skeleton kill that creeper. But yeah, she was supposed to get a bath. I honestly kind of wish I had chosen her instead of Nixie, even though my Nana wouldn't have let me. Because she's so much better behaved. Like, she's not better behaved as far as to my Nana. My Nana thinks she's a nightmare dog, and she's like the worst behaved dog she's ever seen. But also, my Nana does not like actually having dogs. She likes the idea of having dogs. She doesn't like actually having dogs. So she's going to complain no matter what when it comes to that aspect of things. But she is much better behaved than Nixie, in all honesty. She definitely is a lot better on... The biggest difference that I noticed as far as behavior and, like, the negative behavior that she has in comparison to Nixie is that she doesn't understand boundary, whereas Nixie understands boundary and usually just pushes it anyways. So, my point on boundary is, like, gates and the edge of a road and things like that are considered boundaries to dogs, especially when you're training them to stay out of said boundaries and make sure that they're safe. So, for example, the boundary that she has to know is the edge of the lawn when they're out front, because the edge of the lawn is the furthest she can go, because the next part is the road. And Nixie, for the most part, understands that boundary and will usually respect it. Once in a while, she'll push her boundary and kind of start sniffing out towards it, but when I say get out of the road, she will listen, because she understands that that's a boundary and that's where she's supposed to stay. Same thing with putting up a gate at a door and stuff like that. She will leave it alone because she knows that that's that boundary, that's that line. Versus Zelda just doesn't quite understand that they're boundaries at all. She just kind of, like, walks out into the road all ditzy a lot of the time, so she has to be on very strict monitoring when she's out front, because she will just straight ditzy walk right out in the road like doo 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 doo. That's not safe. So she's under strict monitoring whenever she's out front. She's doing much better. She also didn't know her name, so that didn't help. Like, they just kind of assumed that she would know her name and pick up on it, and they just started calling her it instead of actually training her into it. Like, you kind of need to for a lot of dogs. Some dogs can pick up on it just fine, but they didn't, like, figure that out. They just kind of assumed it. And that was the mistake that they made, because she didn't, in fact, know her name. She was clueless as to the fact that they were calling her. So a lot of times they thought that she wasn't listening because she just was trying to be a jerk and trying to ignore them talking to her, but it's actually because she didn't know that that was her name that was being called, and she didn't register the fact that she was supposed to come back when she heard that word. So I had to train her a little. I still am supposed to actually talk to Nana about training her, but I had to train her a little and kind of teach her the registry of her name and kind of learning to come back when called and that sort of thing, since she didn't pick up on it on her own terms. But now that she knows that, she's much better, but she's still definitely just kind of do right out into the road half the time, so she needs to be very well monitored. And that's the only real issue. I mean, she does misbehave at my dad's, but that's also because it's a pack mentality there, where there's 3 dogs that are always together. So you have to not only train them individually, but you have to train them together as well, which is the biggest mistake most dog owners make, as far as... I don't know why every stream is becoming a dog ramble, but That's the biggest mistake that a lot of dog owners that have multiple dogs make, is they get their dogs individually trained if they want to do training, and they don't get them trained together. So then they still have the issues of, if they're all together, they usually will completely ignore everything that's going on or any commands, and will just like all get really high energy and all do the same thing, and usually the wrong thing at that. And they get really mad, and they're like, I don't know why they're not listening, they've been trained and this and that. And it's like, yeah, they've been trained, but they haven't been trained as a group. So they know to listen individually, but once they're in that group energy of everything being really high energy and everything moving really fast, they just go along with the herd, because that's what their instinct is. So you have to kind of train them in both ways. They have to be really well trained individually and really well trained as a pack. Which is why you see those videos like on TikTok and stuff where like there's that, the lot of, the one in particular I can think of is the couple ones that have a ton of collies and Australian Shepherds and stuff, herding dogs, where they can all do individual downstays immediately, or all do it as an emergency downstay as a pack, or they can all release from their stay individually, even in a pack. Because they're all really well trained individually, and they're also really well trained together as a whole. So you have to do both is the problem. And Zelda isn't trained at all because she's a puppy and she hasn't been trained yet. And then Tiva and Layla are partially trained, but they're also partially trained by experience of bad habits. So they're partially just doing things out of instinct that aren't supposed to do, like jumping on people a lot when they're excited, and playing rough with each other and that sort of thing. But Zelda's a really good dog, honestly, Nixie's sister. She's super sweet, and she absolutely adores any form of attention. So like if you try to give her like brushing and stuff like that, she'll just sit there all happy. If you try to pet her, she'll sit there all happy. Anything that you do that involves giving her attention, she's perfectly fine with. Which is like the complete opposite of Nixie. Nixie does not like being brushed, she does not like baths, she does not like anything like that. Even drying Nixie off is a nightmare most of the time whenever she's wet, even though she hates being wet, because she just doesn't want to be touched, she doesn't want to be like, have that affection. And Zelda just loves it. Zelda will literally, if you want to dry her off with a towel, she'll just stand there wagging her tail like, okay, and let you dry her off. It's the cutest thing ever. The only thing that Zelda doesn't like that Nixie does like is trimming their nails. Nixie's doesn't particularly like it, but she does at least sit very well for it, and Zelda is still learning to sit for it pretty well. But I don't know. I jokingly was like, trade dogs with me, Nana, but I love Nixie. I wouldn't trade her off. It just cracks me up, like the fact that Zelda is so much better behaved and lower anxiety. But that's the thing, is that what I've noticed, and what I really wish I could have done, is had Nixie with another dog, because all of the households that have had these puppies with another dog in the house, they have done amazing with adjusting. They have adjusted so well and so well-rounded, and they have been such good dogs. They are definitely dogs that need company, and I didn't know that. They didn't seem like, breed-wise, they didn't seem like they needed company, especially since I would be home all the time and stuff, you know? But they definitely need the company of another dog to really learn and catch on and be well-rounded. And hopefully when I have my own place, I can give her another dog friend so that she can have that experience, but that's who knows how long away, so that's kind of hard to plan for. Because one of the families that the puppies ended up in, had multiple dogs. They had multiple dogs, so they have a bunch of Rottweilers and stuff like that, and they have a bunch of dogs, and they're all pretty well trained, and they have quite a few of them. And their dog, that puppy, has been doing amazing. She is super well-rounded, she's super well-trained, she's always, like, getting dressed up in costumes and stuff by the kids that they have. They have kids as well, and they've never had an issue with her at all. Like, they've kept my dad updated the whole time, and they have not once had an issue with her. Meanwhile, you have, like the one, like Zelda at my Nana's has other dogs for company, her mom and her aunt, and Zelda has been really well adjusted anxiety-wise and all that sort of stuff. She hasn't shown, like, any of the signs of anxiety that any of the other dogs have, and all of that. And she's super well-rounded and all that. The only issue she's had is like basic training. So I really think that, and then you have like the dogs that are on their own, such as Nixie, and then all the other ones where they've had quite a bit of separation anxiety issues, and issues with like anxiety symptoms, and issues with chewing on things and being destructive. But I mean, that's kind of a puppy thing, and all that. And you don't see that in either of the dogs that are in multiple in households with multiple dogs. Zelda does have some destructive habits, but again, that's puppy things more so than anxiety, versus the dogs that are in individual homes do in fact do it out of anxiety or out of like stress. So I don't know. I think it would have been much better to have a second dog, but I can't have a second dog, so it's like. And seeing those patterns, I wish I could have a second dog, because I wish I could kind of like help solve her anxiety by giving her that companion and that kind of guidance with a dog that's a very good breed that would help balance her out and give her some guidance, because I would definitely do a lot of research on making sure it's a good breed that would offset her anxiety, not add to it. But until I have my own place, that's not something that I can really do, sadly. Since we are in an apartment and it's already iffy that we have the dog that we have and the cat and the ferret. I honestly don't want another pet until after Togo is gone, if that, because I really don't want to deal with having a fourth pet. 3 pets is plenty for me. And Togo is still doing really strong, so it'll be a while before he's gone. And I'm glad about that, because I really don't want to lose him. So that's kind of me just pushing myself to wait longer, because I just don't want to add another pet to the issue, even if it would be helpful for Nixie. I mean, if I like moved in with a friend that had a pet, yeah, obviously there'd be another pet in the household, but like as far as me having another pet, no thanks. I think Nixie would do really well having a companion that's a larger dog, and also I just love larger dogs. And I think she'd do really well with like a calmer breed, so something like maybe a lab or a very big dog, like I don't really know any bigger dog breeds that I would really be able to handle right now. But I think something like a lab or something that's a little calmer and more well balanced, maybe even a pitty or something like that, that they have the better balance and the better size comparison to her and the ability to kind of offset her anxiety some. I think that would do really well. Although probably not a pitty, because pitties are definitely, I mean, as much as I want a pitty would not be a good offset to Nixie, because pitties are also destructive little dogs that love to chew through like everything. And there's no way. They would be just little destructive twins and like tear through my whole house. But yes, I know there's a squeaker in that toy. I have discovered it. I hear it. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't know there was one. I do need to work on the house, and I haven't started that yet. I think I have to take her out first, though. What are you chewing on? Stop going after things in the corner. I am tired today. My meds still haven't fully kicked in. She heard that I said I was going to take her out, so she's head tilting at me. Get out from underneath that shelf. No. There is nothing there for you. Stop it. No. Get out of the corner. No. Nixie. Couch. Couch. No. Don't be a jerk. Do I need to put that away? Does it need to go back in the drawer again? No, Nixie. I swear to God. This dog is gonna be the death of me. Okay, so I'm going to... What the hell? Oh. Jeez. I thought you were going on the mic. I'm gonna mute for a minute. update, he's home for a minute before he goes, but I'm still gonna keep playing. And then he's going to the store for his friend afterwards. He's currently outside with the dog because I was about to take the dog out, so I just asked him to do it instead. Which sounds like it was a better idea for me to do it instead of him because she's currently barking. But I'm gonna mute Mike until after he leaves, so I'll be quiet for a little bit. Alright, I am back. He headed out for a while. He's gonna go to, I guess, the liquor store with his buddy, and then probably also the vape shop, I imagine, since they usually go there too, and who knows where else, and then he'll be hanging out there for a while today, so I don't know when he'll be back. I don't particularly care, to be honest. I'm fine with just chilling and playing Minecraft for a while, so she'll be a little bit of a nuisance for a minute while she's adjusting to him being gone, because she just got excited that he's home and then he left. But other than that, it'll be fine. She's pretty chill with just me at the end of the day, or later in the day. But he did bring her out at least, so that I didn't have to, even though she just barked at things, which is what she usually does when he's the one that brings her out. I'm trying to finish growing in this forest some, and decorating it and everything. That's why I'm in the forest with some bone meal. I wanted to finish decorating around the garden. Nixie, get off of my freaking face. I swear to goodness. No. She is going to test my patience with that toy, and the toy is going to get put away very quickly because she's ticking me off with it. Normally, I don't mind playing with her, but she's literally putting it in my face at all times, and it's really overwhelming for me. But yeah, I had to give him one of his birthday presents early so that he had money for the freaking store. One of his birthday presents was going to be alcohol money because he likes to drink, and he is of age, but he likes to drink, and that was going to be the simplest thing I could do for his birthday, so I didn't have to deal with a bunch of things. So I just gave it to him early because I was like, you're going to the liquor store anyways. So that's what I had to do that and transfer some money around for that, and then I was talking to him about when he would be back or whatever, which he doesn't know. He's just gonna hang out, so he's supposed to message me before he heads home, and until then I'm just basically gonna stream and chill out with you guys on here. So that's the foreseeable future right now, at least. I was just like, well, I'll just stay on here until you get home, or until you leave to get home. So we're just gonna relax and enjoy some time on Minecraft, and hopefully get some stuff done on the house, but I was trying to not do that while I was trying to focus on too many things at once in real life, so I was like, I'll just do something that doesn't take much attention to detail and focus. It's just kind of spamming bone meal around. I'm gonna run out of bone meal though. I need to go get more bones. Yeah, we need more bones again. Nixie, stop! Please, dog. You're driving me insane. So yeah, we filled in the forest pretty well. We've got a few more. I'm gonna put a few more trees on the background here of the garden, so there's not as much of a space, so it seems like it's being kind of cut into the forest. I swear to God, that squeaker is not the right pitch, and it's driving me insane. Yeah, you sound like a horse. Horse dog. Nixie, get out of the corner. I'm very close to putting that toy back away. Very close to putting that toy back away for good, because it's driving me insane. She's literally sitting it in my face and squeaking it. And all her other squeakers are at least a little better pitched than that. Stop! Go lay down with it, please. Go lay down with it. I'm gonna lose my hand. Bless you. Go lay down, Nixie. You don't need to have it in my face. Yeah, that toy's going back in this drawer in a second because I cannot stand it. I assumed that was a toy that didn't have a squeaker because she hadn't found the squeaker beforehand. So I thought it didn't have one. I thought wrong. But anyways, yeah, it just scared me when he got home because I thought that someone just like randomly walked into the house because I thought he was just leaving to his friends, not coming here in between. Stop it, Nixie. Give me a minute. Yeah, I thought he was just going straight to his friends because he just didn't, like, explain anything, so I figured he was just going straight to his friends, not actually coming here, in between. And then he opened the door, or, like, then Nixie started barking, and, like, genuinely barking like there was someone at the door, and then I saw a light behind me, and I was like, oh, there's someone at the door. Granted, I kind of quickly calmed down from that anxiety, considering she quickly quieted, and she wouldn't quiet that quick if it was a stranger, but it still was a little jarring to just suddenly have someone show up and I didn't know that there was gonna be someone here. So my brain was like, what? But anyways, now he's off to wherever and I am back to playing my game. Seems like a good life for me. A good life model to me. Come on, there we go. I just want to blend this in. As much as I like the kind of seeing the... Oop, I actually didn't mean to I didn't realize I placed the birch, but that's fine. We can have a birch there, whatever. I didn't really want to do them close by because of the post that I made on cobble, but I actually wanted to change that now because I like it being blended in well. Then get some grass and flowers growing around here and filled in. There we go. Much better. Much more forest and extruding garden. Yeah, I like that much better. I was also going to go fill in some of the birch on the island over there while I was doing mindless stuff, so I'll probably go do that real quick. If I have time to before it's nighttime. I actually don't have time to before it's nighttime. She's gonna be a little bit of a nuisance until she settles down and realizes that he left, because, he doesn't usually come back home, A, this early, and B, leave again afterwards. So it's like all sorts of discombobulated for her. So it'll take her a second. She'll be alright though. It's weird, like, with how bonded her and I are, she still has a favorite out of the two of us, and it's not me. Like, granted, she listens to me 10 times better and everything, and she behaves better around me, but her favorite is still him. Like, you can tell by the reaction she has when one of us has been gone for a while. He leaves every single day at the same time for work and comes home at the same time for work, and like it'd be a routine. It's a routine by now that she's used to, and she still gets so excited every time he comes home, and I'm not complaining, but like I can be gone all day, like on the weekend and stuff, and she'll just like have half the amount of excitement that she has every single day when he comes home, like expected. But I don't mind. It just cracks me up. Because she will definitely behave better for me, but she just definitely prefers him as in general. Dogs have weird preferences. If I ever get a second dog, I would want to get a male, because I think that would also help balance out, like, as far as having, the two different personalities of dogs. But I definitely can't get a dog anytime soon, so I think I'd get something like a lab, especially because I do need something that's like a service animal. And a lab is pretty easy to train for a service animal, and it would help kind of train her through learning by example. And labs are fairly well balanced of dogs as far as behavior wise and training ability. 1 second. there actually was this really sweet lab puppy that we met when I was out with my mom, which I mentioned I think last time, that I adored, and he was so well trained and well behaved, like way better behaved than Nixie ever has been. And it's so funny to see the difference in breeds. Like, I knew what I was signing up for to an extent. I mean, granted, I wasn't the one that wanted Nixie, but like, I knew what I was signing up for to an extent, and the fact that I knew Nixie would be a high anxiety or high energy dog, simply because of the fact that that's how her mom is. I just, A, didn't want a dog in the first place, and B, didn't expect to be the only one that was handling her at all times. So it's been a lot more to adjust to than I was prepared for, basically. I should have expected to be the only one caring for her because I know him, and he has never had any responsibility like that or shown any responsibility in that way. But I just assumed that I wouldn't be the only one taking care of her since he was the one that wanted her the most. But again, I should have known better to assume that, so that's kind of on me. It's been a large adjustment for her and I, but we're getting used to it. Little by little. It's definitely much easier than it was when we first started. The first, I don't know if I've mentioned on here, but like the first few days and the first couple weeks of having her, I was having meltdowns constantly. I was like, I cannot keep this dog. I will not keep this dog. I need to rehome her. I hate the idea of rehoming her. Like, trying to figure out how to safely rehome her to a better home where she has a better experience. I was like constantly having the worst time ever with her, and it wasn't really her fault. It was just I wasn't prepared to have a puppy. I didn't want to be the only one taking care of a puppy, and I was the only one taking care of a puppy, and it was too much for my mental health when I had just barely gotten into a routine and everything had just barely gotten where it was slightly balancing out mentally for me. And I did not need nor want the isolation that came with having the puppy and being at home all the time, because I don't benefit from being at home and isolated all the time. It really doesn't help me, which is why we have this stream, because it helps me get some sort of socialization while still being at home, because I don't have much ways to get out of home. But I was having like absolute awful time with it. So not having constant breakdowns at least means it's a little better to an extent. It's really not that much better. I still would vastly prefer not having a dog if I had the choice to go back, but I wouldn't not have a dog now, if that makes sense. Like, if I could go back and change, I would, but I wouldn't change now, because she's too used to me, I'm too used to her. It wouldn't be something healthy for anyone involved to rehome her now, to not have a dog now. As much as, like, I wish it was possible to do it in a healthy way and to not have a dog, it's not something that's feasible. And I would not put her through that stress. And I wouldn't put myself through that heartbreak, because it's not necessary. But you can't go back, so this is how it is now. Why I'm bone mealing this entire forest, I don't know. I just got on the focused path of doing it. I probably have to mine some more, or grow some more dark oak trees and mine them down as well. I just kind of got in the habit of bone mealing, and I just kept bone mealing. I just want to see how many we can get filled in of this area, because this will be good for harvesting once in a while, and to add some nice decoration over here out of the way. Will I ever really come over here? Not really. So does it really matter that much? Probably not, but I'm still doing it anyways. But because I don't ever come over here, none of these will really grow unless I'm over here bone mealing and walking around. So I kind of have to do that a little to let it fill in. And then if we ever need oak or birch wood, we can take it from over here instead of from our main areas, and then we'll have a little less damage to our appearance in the area. There we go. That's all the bone meal we have for now, so good enough. Don't get me wrong, like I keep talking like I don't like this dog. I do love this dog. She's a good girl and she's a very good dog. She's just, it's not something I can really word well, but it's not easy by any means to have a dog when you're disabled, and it's not assisting my existence to have her here in the overall scheme of things. It's getting easier and it is starting to assist my existence for her being here, but as an overall, it's a financial detriment, it's a mental detriment. It messed up all of my routine, it messed up a lot of my mental needs and physical needs, like all of that. It's slowly getting better as far as it's making my physical needs a little better since her and I can do exercise together. Like, it's getting a little easier mentally where she does have some semblance of supporting my mental health. Like, all of that is slowly changing, but it's a very slow process. And as an overall, it's probably a net neutral overall as far as how good I was, how better off I was before compared to how I am in this current moment in time. Just thinking about her, not thinking about meds, not thinking about all the other things that have changed between then and now. Because realistically, I was a lot happier in my relationship in a way before we got her as well, and like there's been a lot of things that have changed that I can't really fully quantify or describe without getting into a really long story between when we got her and now that have also changed that overall. It's hard to put a number on something when you have so much to consider, because it's not just about her, it's also about life and personal situations and all that. Too many things. I am very tired today though, and my head hurts quite bad. I have to figure out how to change my schedule for streaming for this week, since I won't be on Friday and it's scheduled to be on Friday. I don't understand Twitch. I did make a new profile picture and put it on that, and also put it attached to my YouTube VOD channel as well, and it looked nice. Can you make cobwebs, or do you have to silk touch them? I want to know if you can make them. Because if I can make them, then I can just make them here. But if I have to silk touch them, I probably have to go all the way back over to the mine shaft. Let's see if I can make them. I assume it's just string. Am I able to make them? It doesn't show it as an option. So I'm not sure. Let me look it up. Nixie, relax. You can't make it with the crafting table or furnace, so you need to gather it with shears. Okay. Well, I can go collect some of the leftover ones from... over in the mine shaft, if I need them for decorating stuff. Oh, what is that? Oh, I have too many messages that I haven't checked. I'm just gonna check Messenger for right now because those are my parents. What is middle notification? Oh. My father just sent me like a screenshot of all of his notifications and told me to look at the middle one. Like, holy crap, he has like 2 voicemails, like freaking a bunch of different freaking emails and like all kinds of like game notifications and stuff, and he's just like sending me a screenshot of them and then tells me to like look for one. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. That's another thing I forgot. I can give Nixie a turkey neck. Okay, I turned my sound back on so I know when he messages me, as you just heard since my mom just replied to a message. Let's go collect some cobwebs. Or let's go hunt mobs a little, I guess, since I need to have some more bones and arrows and stuff. And then we have to go to the mine shaft and collect some cobwebs so that we can use those for like attic space stuff and for extra decoration blocks. I think one of the rooms in the second floor will make into like a little office type of space, where we can also have it as an AFK room whenever we're gone, so we don't have to go sit in front of that sign to be gone. We can just sit in the house. I'm trying to think of ideas for the rest of the house so that we can finish that up too. I don't know what. I'll probably have to look up some ideas so that I have general. I don't know what other rooms I can do really. Like, I don't have many rooms in a house. I guess I could do a living room type of room somewhere on the bottom floor maybe. I could do like a closet or something as one of the rooms. I don't know. Like, there's not any small enough room to do like a closet, and I don't think I'd do a bathroom really. I didn't really think of that I was going to do a bathroom. I guess I could do a bathroom. I don't want to make like a bunch of furnace space and stuff because that's supposed to be a different area of the platform here. I'm supposed to build like I'm gonna build like a blacksmith area that has a bunch of blast furnaces and like the anvil and all that stuff in one place. I'll also have to build somewhere that has some smokers for cooking food. I don't know what I'd do as a decorative idea to surround the smokers really. I don't know like what the theme would be of a house of a build to specifically have smokers. I guess a butcher shop maybe. We can make like a butcher shop. Like a build that's just a butcher shop type of look, where we have like raw meat hanging around and stuff, and it's like a little, or like a food, like restaurant style something, I don't know. Something that specifically is made for cooking food, instead of just tossing smokers around wherever. I want to actually have a build surrounded around it. So many things to do, and my brain's fizzing out real bad right now because everything's different and off routine, and my ability to focus is losing it. I have to go to my dad's tomorrow too, so I'm trying to like think of that and plan all that in my head, and it's too much for me mentally right now. I don't know if I have to make anything to bring for my dad's tomorrow either. Usually I bring stuff on Thanksgiving for food so that I'm not just showing up and eating all of his food, obviously, but not that he really cares. I might mute soon because I am very tired and my brain's fizzing out, and I think I probably will just switch to watching Supernatural in the background. I don't know. I think the only person on right now is Elliot, and if that. We've only got one viewer, and usually when we have one silent viewer, it's my Elliot. But casually claims him as if he's mine. hopefully this weekend I can also convince my close friend to let me go get a hug, because I really need a hug, and I cannot get a hug from my friends that live way too far away. I just need that recharge. It's really upsetting to know some of the random facts that I know, like to know the fact that human beings need like a certain amount of hugs for just existing to maintain emotional security and to like actually exist, and then to like grow emotionally and develop correctly they need like even more. And it's so like, I love knowing random facts, don't get me wrong. I'm autistic, I learn a lot of random facts, but some of the random facts I learned just hurt. Like, it's ouch to know that like there's like a bare minimum of hugs you need for survival, basically, emotionally and everything. I mean, like, plenty of people don't. It's a theory, it's not an actual factual thing, but it's like an on and on. It's basically a statement that you need a certain amount of hugs for basic emotional survival and development, and then you need a certain amount more for growth as people, because as people we like to connect with, like, humans just need that connection as creatures, and knowing that is like so kind of depressing at times, because I'm like, I don't get that many hugs, but plenty of people don't get that many hugs, so I'm not complaining. I'm just I don't know. I used to be able to have friends that like I could talk to and hang out with and stuff, and I don't really anymore. And it's weird to adjust to that. Even though I've been in that state for years of my life where I haven't had people to talk to, I still am adjusting to it, and it's so wonky. But that started out with I might pester my friend to get some more hugs this weekend, because he also needed some things that for his truck that I have, so I was going to go meet him to give that to him. But he hasn't really messaged me much in the last couple weeks. He was supposed to meet me like 2 weeks ago for them, and then he never messaged me back, and then this week he was like, I promise I'll have the money. I was gonna say, if he just messaged me, no, it's not him. He was supposed to get back to me and he didn't, and then this week he messaged me and he was like, I promise I'll have the money for him this weekend, and I was like, I didn't care if you had the money right away or not. I was gonna bring him to you whether you had the money or not. So maybe I'll get to go see him this weekend. I don't know what else we were supposed to do this weekend. I don't think we had any plans or anything, but I still need to move my stuff from my dad's that still hasn't been moved. But I also still haven't gotten to pack it all, so it's like, I can't... If I get it all packed, it should be only one trip, so that I don't have to go back and forth about it, but I haven't gotten it all packed to be able to make it just one trip. So it's like, I don't know. This week's gonna be so weird for my mental state, so I'm gonna be kind of off here and there, and I won't be streaming as much for the rest of the week, because it's a long weekend technically, but not really. Like, he's supposed to have a long weekend off work, but he's also going into work for part of it, and so it's like a weird limbo where it's sort of a weekend and sort of not. And then there's also like, I don't know how long he's going into work on either day, and I don't know like whether I'll be up and moving or not, and I don't know what's going on for the rest of the weekend, and it's too many unknowns when we're getting close to the weekend. And then tomorrow's gonna be weird because we're gonna be at my dad's for most of the day for Thanksgiving, or part of the day, or whatever, and that's gonna be confusing. Luckily it's not supposed to be very cold. Nixie will probably be outside for most of it because it's not supposed to be very cold, and she's not very good with being inside at that house. She prefers to be outside over being inside the house. And I prefer her being outside because there are some fleas in that house and I don't want her to get fleas. I do still give her flea baths once in a while, so she's still fine on that, and she does have flea meds that she takes monthly, but I'd prefer her to not pick up fleas. She's already itchy and dry skin enough because of all the wintertime changes. We still haven't turned on our heat in this apartment. Like, it still hasn't gotten cold enough in this apartment to turn on the heat, which is kind of funny, because of how much our neighbors turn on their heat. and how much it seeps through the walls and everything, because we're in the middle of multiple other apartments. I mean, he checked it, like he turned it on for a while and watched to see if it was leaking, and it didn't seem like it was gonna leak, so I can technically turn on the heat. If I ever need to turn on the heat, I only turn on the downstairs heat, and it's very rare, and it's only the very beginning of winter. It's really not that cold. I actually still go outside without a coat on when I bring the dog out, because it's still very nice out to me. I quite like the temperature. Long term, I obviously need a coat when I'm out in this temperature, but I very much so like this temperature. It's kind of my comfort range of temperature and weather. At least for now, because it's not snowing yet. Once it starts snowing, it's not really my comfort range of weather, but... We got a little bit of snow, and now it's all kind of just ice, and... It's very little, like, leftover ice and snow that's sort of still there, because it hasn't gotten warm enough to melt, but it hasn't obviously been able to stay since there hasn't been more. So... We'll probably get snow come the end of the month or early December or something. I don't know. The last few years we'll either get snow quite often in this time of year, or we won't get any snow until the very end of December, and we'll get like last minute Christmas snow, and that's about it. So last Christmas we had a snowstorm on the same day of Christmas, so I was driving home in like awful weather. But that's another thing I have to deal with at some point. Ooh. I had to sneeze. That's another thing that I have to deal with at some point very soon is Christmas stuff. I have to scrounge together pretty much all the money I'm making within the next few weeks, and all of his checks, to try to have enough money for Christmas stuff. Especially since Christmas is technically Nixie's birthday and also a holiday, so we wanted to like extra spoil her so she had a good birthday and holiday. Oh, puppy dog. She's just sitting there looking dopey right now, so that's why I was saying hi to her. But and I didn't even budget in to get stuff for her when I was budgeting the other week, because I was trying to I sat down and I figured out like what we had at the moment, and then what he had in expected checks for the next couple weeks, and then what we had for bills taken away from it and everything, so I could see like what we had, and it left us with like a few hundred for Christmas, and I was like, oh, that's fine, because we can do this for my budget for my family, this for your budget, because he's only getting one present for someone else that isn't like me, and it's just or he's only getting presents for one other person. He's not getting presents for like his family and stuff. He's getting presents for his buddy. So we just budgeted for that, and then whatever was left we were trying to like split it up across us, but then I didn't budget for the pets either, so I'll have to figure that out. Supposedly we're supposed to have left over to do a $200 each budget for Christmas, which is like a little less than what we did last time. I think last year we did 300. But last year he also only spent like not even 200 on me, and then the rest of it was just IOU, so I guess I'd rather have less money and not be as disappointed with the fact that he just doesn't, I don't know. Like I don't like Christmas as a holiday, but I do celebrate it as far as gift giving and stuff, because I like to give gifts to people, and I like to have that kind of celebration of things. I just don't like Christmas as a holiday because of the fact that it's a like very commercialized holiday, and it's a mostly stolen holiday that actually mostly has traditions from pagan ideology and different pagan holidays that fell around the time, and it's not actually the original concept of it, and the fact of it being like when Christ was born and stuff is actually completely factually wrong, and it's not when Christ was born as far as how historians have found it and all that. So like all of that is why I don't like Christmas. But as far as the idea of being able to give gifts to family and friends, I love that part, so I don't mind doing that part of celebrating. And I'm not really someone that really needs gifts, but I mean, I really like the concept of knowing kind of who knows me and who cares about me, of like knowing like people that know me really well, you know. For example, usually my parents, as when I was a kid, would always just kind of watch for like what I liked in stores and do that sort of thing. But it also has been really weird the last few years, because it's really kind of shown me in a jarring way who doesn't care, I guess. Not as like, if you're not getting me a gift, you don't care, but I mean the point of like, in my relationship, I go very much so out of my way to give him gifts and to get things for him and that sort of thing, and do things for him, because his love language for the most part seems to be acts of service. So like, I'll try to do things like that, like making his lunch and stuff like that, and that's what I always was trying to do. But I also was really like, I love gift giving and I love spending money on people, so I was also doing that. And it very much so has been clear that he does not, I don't know, I don't know how to word it in a way that doesn't sound like I'm bashing him, because I'm not trying to bash him, but he's not someone that genuinely notices things about other people, or like cares to an extent of genuinely knowing someone. Even like me, he genuinely doesn't know me to an extent that's helpful towards like gift giving, or towards like making me feel like he cares or stuff like that. And I don't know if it's a matter of not knowing how to learn it or just not caring to learn it. That's a whole mess. But either way, just like it's very clear, like I go out of my way to get gifts for him and like make things really meaningful that he likes and he'll enjoy and he'll use. And he just kind of like last minute buys a few things off of the list that I gave for my parents, that happen to be things that I might get use out of. Like I think last year was like headphones and compression socks, and like I appreciate it, and I do appreciate the gifts. It's just, I also am the type of person that like, if you're getting me a gift, I'd like something that's sentimental maybe, or something that like I genuinely have mentioned to you specifically that I like. Like I've told him a billion things that I want or like in the last year, and like none of those things are gonna be things that end up as gifts, you know? It's just so weird to have that kind of limbo, because anytime he says something that he needs or wants, I get it, or I put it on the list for things that I'm gonna get for him for birthday or Christmas. And it's just, I don't know. I'm trying to not bash him, and I'm genuinely not meaning to like sound like I'm bashing him. I'm just trying to explain it in a way that makes sense. And it's just simple things like that. Like, in my opinion, in a relationship, you should kind of pick up on or learn the things that are, or like when you care about someone, you should learn like the things about them that are important, like how they feel like they're loved, and what's important to them, and what triggers them, and like the aspects of their mental health that impact their life and stuff like that. And it's just not something that goes on in my situation. Like for example, one of the most triggering things for me, in general, especially lately, is if I'm talking about something, I really want to feel like I'm being heard, because I spent a lot of my childhood talking to a wall, basically, like where neither of my parents would be listening when I wanted to talk about something, or they would talk down on me for like talking too much or trying to tell them things because it wasn't the right time or stuff like that, which is something that really heavily like weighs on you when you're someone that likes to have connection and likes to talk to people, and you're just told not to over and over again, or like made to feel less than for doing it. So it's something that's still pretty triggering for me as an adult, and I know it's something that I need to work on, but it's also something that can be worked on in like a relationship, of like just like give me the acknowledgement that you're listening, maybe. So a very big part of my vocabulary now has become words and phrases like, or you know what I'm saying, or pausing a lot, or things like that, because I have to kind of have that acknowledgement that someone's actually understanding what I'm saying and still interacting. And I've communicated that a lot before. Like I've said, hey, when you sit there and stare at a TV screen or at your phone, you're either A, not listening at all, because I'll be like, were you listening? And you'll be like, what? And have me repeat it. Or B, you're listening and not making me feel like you're listening, but saying you are. And even then, when he says he's listening, he's not fully listening either. But, so I'm like, I understand having to like look at something else or do something else to be able to fully process what someone's saying, because I do have those moments a lot. But I've also said, hey, I kind of need you to acknowledge that I'm saying things, that I know that you're listening and I don't feel like I'm being ignored, because that's something that really bothers me. And I've straight up said it in that way, and it's still something that just doesn't happen. I will just kind of go silent mid-sentence at this point, because I just start talking and I realize that it's not in fact going to be a situation where he is listening or he's going to interact, so I just kind of stop. And it's weird because I know a lot of people just kind of get quiet after situations like that, like they stop talking because of the fact that that happens so many times. And as much as I'd love to do that, I can't. My brain doesn't process things to be able to fully silence. I've tried a lot of times to fully silence myself because of situations like that growing up, and I just can't. Like, it doesn't last. My brain physically needs to get things out and talking, which is why I do so well as a streamer, because I just ramble about things, because it's just how my brain needs to. My brain needs the putting things out loud to be able to fully process things and to fully get things off my chest in life. And that's why, like, I need therapy constantly to be able to get through life. Like, as much as I absolutely hate my therapist, and she is like one of the most rude and awful therapists I've ever had in a very long time, I still have to interact with her, and I still have to keep going to therapy, because there's no way that I would survive for very long without it, and the fact that I would not have any way to get all of the bottled up things out. So it would just not be a good time. And it's like, you can have friends and family to talk to about things, and I can have here to talk to about things, but there's only so many things you can really talk about on a public channel or with friends and family that's going to be understood. Luckily, I do have a few friends like Elliot and stuff that are genuinely understanding of what I'm going through and can listen to me about things, but it's also, there's still an extent of like what I want to ramble about when it comes to friends, especially because there's just so much that I want to talk about that I don't want to be that person that's constantly messaging someone like day in and day out. Even though I know like the people that I would talk to about stuff like that wouldn't care if the fact that I was messaging them day in and day out. It's just not, it's still healthy to have therapy and have someone to genuinely let things out to. But I am going to mute pretty soon. My brain's just going on endless tangents about the same things, and I need to drink some water and yawn like a billion times because I keep yawning, and probably put some Supernatural on in the background for noise. I don't remember what season and episode I was on the last time that I was streaming. I think it was, what, like season 11 or something? I don't remember where I am now either. But I'm moving along. I'm actually kind of sad to hear that one of the actors died recently from Supernatural. The original Meg actor, the original actor for Meg the Demon, actually died at the age of 47. She was in like her early 30s, late 20s when she was in the show. So I'm confused. I don't do Fortnite, so I don't know what you're going on about. I have nothing, I like know nothing about Fortnite, honestly. It's way too overwhelming for me. It's too fast-paced and too many specific niche concepts as far as like all of the different items to learn and everything, so I haven't ever picked up on it. I'm not good with very fast-paced things. But alright. Hello, what you doing? So there's this new feature on Twitch that I got recommended, where your dashboard will basically recommend you other games that you might want to try based on the games that you're currently playing. And because I stream Minecraft, it was pretty much just recommending anything other than Minecraft that gets similar viewership or better viewership, because it's getting a rough estimate of different categories of games and how they get viewership based on like a ratio of how many hours streamed to how many viewers. So Minecraft, I think, on Twitch gets an average of something like 60 something or 70 viewers to every hour, because there are quite a few bigger Minecraft streamers that get quite a few viewers, so it averages out to like 60 something viewers per hour streamed as a ratio. And then there's like a bunch of other games that are in similar categories or a little higher viewership that it like recommends that you might want to try streaming. And I was like, okay, thanks Twitch. I don't think I will do that, but I appreciate the concern. I don't really... It's kind of cool that they can track that, but it's also hard because each game... A lot of games have bigger Twitch streamers in them that make the viewership quite large because of the fact that they're a large channel, not because of the fact that the game is large, if that makes sense. So like, I need to be looking out while I'm doing this. So like, for example, Minecraft, there's plenty of larger streamers that get like hundreds to thousands of viewers per stream, so that makes it a little bit of a larger ratio, versus there's also plenty of Minecraft streamers that get just a handful of viewers, or like under 100 viewers per stream, or stream for like 5 hours and only get a few viewers. So it's like it's weird that they're trying to get data as an overall when it's hard to do an overall for games, since there's so much. It's more so based off of individual channels than based off of the games, I guess is what I mean. Performance-wise, at least. It's definitely more so based off of the actual channel itself than based off of the game itself, in my opinion. Because most people more so will stick with a channel because they like it than stick with a game because they like it. Although I'm sure plenty of people just watch certain game streams because they like that game. It seems like as an overall for streamer-wise, it's more so people watch streamers because they like the streamer themselves than because they like the game. Which is cool, like, that's fine. That's a normal way to process things. I'm not complaining about that by any means. I just mean, like, it's hard to quantify the game when it's more so ratioed based off of the person. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's like what I think from what I've seen in the online space and in Twitch, and what I personally experienced too, because I also more so prefer streamers based off of people than based off of a specific game. Like, yeah, I end up in a niche of content of Minecraft because I play Minecraft and watch Minecraft a lot, but as an overall, I end up on streamers and on content based on the content style that people that I like, more so than the individual game or type of content. Because my stream, the people that I'm following on Twitch and the streams that I watch are definitely kind of all over the place. They're more so based off of like, oh, this is a person that followed me that seemed interesting, or this is a person that I like on YouTube that I followed on Twitch, or like I watch Finster as well, and Finster I watched simply because of the fact that it was very fun to watch the slow turn of things from just doing like dressing up as a girl once to complete entire thousands of dollars to continue to be a girl presenting person. And also I just like Finn's fun. So yeah, my Twitch channel is like all over the place as far as my actual the actual people that I follow and what I have for suggestions. I think probably the majority of the streams that I am following do Minecraft, probably, because that's the majority of my YouTube content as well, and I usually follow people based off of who I watch on YouTube, or at least I used to. I'm not sure. I don't remember all of the people that I follow. I follow quite a few of people like off of Dream SMP too. I haven't kept up with Dream SMP though. I have no clue what goes on with it. I have no clue about any of it. I watched the very early stages of it, and that was it. Like, I got so lost so fast because I wasn't actually watching streams, and a lot of it happened in streams. So I only saw the short video recaps of things, and I didn't actually get updates on the overall script and going of it, and I'm so lost. I see a lot of really cool cosplays and stuff about it, and I can't keep up with it. 1 second. Anyways, I haven't kept up with anything like the Dream SMP, but I do actually follow a few of the like people off of it for reasons related to the SMP, and also just reasons related to me liking them as a person and as a content creator. But I definitely don't watch streams as much as I should, or as much as many people do. My brain doesn't have the ability to focus for long periods of time, as you guys know, so I can't really watch streams. I do try to, it just doesn't go well. I would rather watch VODs over streams, because I can just put them on in the background while I'm doing something and catch up on things. And even then, I don't watch VODs nearly as much as I used to. But I also used to be at home doing a lot of mindless tasks for work and stuff, and so I would just have VODs on in the background. Now more so I put like TV shows and stuff in the background instead of VODs. I do still have some VODs that I've been watching, but that squeak is never ending. She found the squeaky toy again. I don't know, I'm just not... I don't really watch streams because they're usually at times where I'm busy now. Or I'm usually watching something else. Like right now, whenever I have the open time, I just put on Supernatural because I'm rewatching that again. Or I used to just watch a lot of YouTube in the background of things since I had a lot of subscriptions that would update pretty often. Now they don't update fairly often, so it's kind of just... Why is this guy just not giving me the reset? I need him to reset so I can trade. They won't reset, and I have so much meat to trade them. What the heck? Did these guys reset yet? No. What the heck? I guess I just have to put the food away and stop hunting mobs for a while, because I can't trade them in yet. Anyways, let's get back to house decorating. I gotta go get some cobwebs. I think I'm gonna mute for the house decorating and turn on my... excuse me. I think I'm gonna mute and turn on my show in the background and go get some stuff collected and start working on the house. So I'll still be watching chat, and I will still probably unmute once in a while. But for the most part, I'm going to stay muted for a while so I can just get some stuff done and not yawn every 5 seconds like I have been. So, you're welcome to leave if you don't want to listen to no mic, that's fine. I appreciate if you do stay, and I appreciate for anyone that has stopped in today. And if you do leave, I hope you have a good rest of your day and a good weekend, since I won't be back for a while. But for now, I'm just gonna mute and go back to doing some tasks and getting some rooms done on the house. Why is my phone going off? Anyways, get my stream manager back up. I also have to write the followers in the follower book still and put that on display. I have it sitting there ready to add in, and I haven't yet. I did write them down on my phone. And then I started this, but I didn't actually finish adding them. Anyways, let's go get some cobwebs. Yeah, I'm gonna mute for a bit, so I'm gonna go get some cobwebs and some stuff for the house, and we will decorate. So, yeah. Well, I guess I'll unmute for a little longer. Also, where am I on Supernatural, since I updated you guys the last time I was at where I was? I am season 12, episode 5 right now. And I think last time I was somewhere on season 11. Let's take the minecart since we can. Ooh, did that actually come out? It did. Ooh. They're advertising Wednesday, and that's actually out. I'm so excited to see that. Ooh, what does it have? Oh my god. Is that who I think it is? I don't think it is. It might be. I need to know. No, they don't. I thought I saw one of my comfort actors on the preview of the series, but I didn't, I guess. Interesting. I need to get cobwebs. Did I even bring shears? I did not. Oh well, I'll make a new pair. Let's go find some cobwebs to collect, which is going to be a little hard because I think I collected most of them on this end, but I can find some. I need to make a better walkway to this. We need cobwebs. I could take these chains, but I really don't feel like it. Also, speaking of spawners, since there's a spawner right there, that reminded me, I did find another spawner that I can optimize at some point. That was off of a mine very close to the house, so that we can actually have a nice XP farm off of it. I think it was... I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember what it was. I can go show you guys once I get back home. I don't remember what mob it was, so I can't remember what it was to tell you guys. But then I can optimize that and we'll have some extra loot and some extra XP. Although I'll have to ask my partner to help me with it because I don't remember how to optimize them. I don't remember or know how to optimize spawners for XP farming. I've never done it myself. He's done it for me a few times in Worlds and I've seen it done a lot of times. Oh, there's a perfect spot to get some cobwebs. Nixie, leave her alone, please. Hey, puppy dog. 1 second. And yes, I know that mining isn't in the plans because we have to decorate the house, and anyone joining in is probably like, this isn't house decorating, this is mining, but I have to get things to decorate the house, so I have to go into the mine to get some cobwebs for decorating the house, so that's why we're in here. Just gotta get some of these bad boys to decorate with, and actually take some of these rails too for projects real quick, even though I have quite a few at home. There we go. Let's just take a few more cobwebs and then we can head back home, I think. And we'll probably mine 1 redstone or 2 before we head home so that we can repair this damage to our, there it is, this damage to our pickaxe with the XP from it. There we go. Just didn't want to damage pickaxe. Now, how do I get back home? Somewhere in this direction. Ooh, more webs. Did I already empty that? I did. How do I get home? This way? Yes, this way. Haha. Ran out of sprint. I have way too much trust in my jumping abilities to just be leaping across over this massive cavern. I know that I leave copper behind, but that's because I don't currently have any use for copper, so I've been leaving it behind. Alright, let's get back on the minecart. We'll let that go, and I have to scold the dog again. She keeps not leaving the dang cat alone. Never-ending argument with her. Let's hope there's no mobs on the tracks. If we get up in the air, we'll be fine, but we have to get up in the air first. Nixie, lay down, please. Lay down, please. Stop trying to bite my foot. Hey, Nixie, stop it. Calm down, please. Nixie! Swear to God, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, and there goes my minecart. Oh well. Calm down, please. You are fine. You need to relax. Yes, don't give me that look. You need to relax. Hey. No, you don't need to get down right now. You need to calm down. The cat does not want you attacking her every 2 seconds. She's attacking you because she's angry that you're attacking her, not because she wants to play. I know that concept's very difficult for your little brain. Hey, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Just casually having to scold my dog a lot. It's fine. I am very tired today, so I'm a little off, but it's my last stream for the next the next day at least, so I'm just vibing and trying to get some things done. I'm alright. I have to figure out how to change my schedule on Twitch. How does it let me do that? Settings? No. My schedule. Can I remove the next one? Cancel stream. There we go. Okay. I canceled the Friday stream since I might not be streaming on Friday, and if I do, it's not the same time that I normally do. I'm glad you're good. We're trying to decorate the house today. I just keep getting distracted with other things. I still need to get some sugarcane so I can make some more books to make some bookshelves. I actually might want to just take the bookshelves from our enchantment table out here so we have some bookshelves to use, to be honest. Next, leave the kitty alone. I keep wanting to say leave the puppy alone. You're the puppy. You can't leave the puppy alone. You are the puppy. I need sugarcane, and I don't know if I have any. I don't think I do. Yeah, it's all not grown yet. There's only a couple that have grown. Do we have any in storage? Possibly. I'm probably gonna have to bone meal a bunch of sugarcane and make books to make bookshelves. Do I have any in my storage? I do have a little bit. I'll probably just bone meal some. Yeah, we have enough bones to do some bone meal. Let's go make some sugarcane. We need bookshelves for some of the decoration, that's why I need to go get this. Because we have enough leather by far, but we don't have enough sugarcane. I could make an automated one, but I really don't think there's anywhere I can place it where it'll continue to grow when I'm doing other things in the world, since there's nowhere that I would place it that would be particularly close to the house, because the automated sugarcane farms are kind of ugly. So I wouldn't really be able to put it somewhere where it'll actually progress and be useful. I just kind of have to bone meal sugarcane once in a while. Yeah, I guess I could do underground, true. I just don't think it'd be in range of where I normally am in the world, sadly, because I'm kind of all over the place in this world still. I still need to do another updated world tour as well. But hopefully I can finish the house before I update the world tour. Bees. Goodness gracious, I am yawning like crazy today. I apologize for that. My brain is very tired. Taking my meds off time makes my brain fizz a little worse, but that wasn't my fault today. That was, well, I guess that was my fault. I didn't set an alarm and then the dog didn't wake me up, so. We have plenty of leather though. But that only makes 58 books from all that paper. So we kind of need more paper. Where's our oak wood to make some of these into bookshelves? Here. We're gonna have to farm more oak wood soon too. And I think we'll have to farm more dark oak soon because we've been using it on the house. Yeah, we've got enough to last for hopefully the rest of the house, but I'm not entirely sure if it will or not. There we go. We made 19 bookshelves out of it, so now we're restocked on bookshelves a bit. Where did the rest of the bookshelves end up? Is that really? Did I use all the bookshelves? Oh, I placed them in the wrong one. I was gonna say, I didn't think I used all of them. I placed them in the one off to the side. I also want to make a few more looms for empty bookshelves. Wherever those are. Make some more looms. Yeah. Reorganize this. What I need to do, is that a bone down there, or is that a feather? I think that's a feather. No, those are bones, aren't they? Yeah, those are bones. Why did I have bones laying on the ground? I always keep bones, I need them. I guess we'll use it on some sugarcane real quick. Perfect amount for some more paper, which we can make into some more books and into the chest it'll go. I am probably going to mute my microphone in a little bit. My brain's fizzing out on things to talk about and I'm pretty tired, so I'm probably just gonna mute the mic for a while and keep playing with mic muted. I'll be watching chat, so I can unmute if anyone wants to talk, or if, I get a little less brain fogged, but for now I think I need to mute my mic since my brain's pretty fogged up right now. And I have to look up a few things to look for some ideas for rooms. I'm trying not to, okay, so for the rooms, I'm not actually basing them off of photos and stuff that I find online, but I am sometimes like looking up a concept of like house decor or something to try to think of a room idea. So like for example, when I was working on an idea for the one down there, the laundry room area, I searched Minecraft laundry room real quick and just kind of glanced through the photos and then closed it out because I was like, I wanted to know kind of what ideas for what to include in it. And then for like dining room, I looked it up and then I never actually paid attention to any of it. And then I'm probably going to look up like attic and kind of glance at that to see if I have an idea. And then I'm just going to search decor in general to look for some other room concepts. Like I know I'll probably do like an office space in one of these rooms, but other than that I have at least 3 more rooms to do and I have no clue what to do in them. So I have to kind of look up a couple concepts of like what the room idea is going to be, and then I'm going to decorate it based off of my decor and ideas. And the house as a whole has a lot of themes of recurring bookshelves and like greenery. because I just like to add greenery into the house, and bookshelves are kind of my thing in real life anyways, so it makes sense for it to be kind of everywhere for my house. And a lot of the decor is pretty basic. It's kind of just old school because I played the old school game a lot more than I played the newer game, so I'm pretty used to just using old school decor techniques, like the freaking kitchen, like the fact that the kitchen fridge is something that's existed as a concept for ages and probably can be improved on with newer blocks, but I just like the look of it with the old school blocks and the old school setup because I just like the old school fridge. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely overusing barrels. I know it's probably bugging people how many barrels I have everywhere, but I really like the design of them compared to chests, because I used to just put a ton of chests in the places where where I have barrels right now, and I actually much prefer the look of the barrels, and they do add good storage spaces for things around the house, and I don't know, I really like them. They're one of the blocks of the newer blocks that I really like to overuse, because the biggest thing that they work really well for is as like a cabinet look to them, and I really like the fact that they have that cabinet concept and look without being a chest. So I am overusing those a little, but oh well. It's my house. I can decorate it how I want, so I am gonna mute and I'm gonna turn on my show in my background while I do some decorating, but first I'm gonna search for some attic ideas, because I don't know how I'm gonna decorate the attic at all, honestly, and I don't want to leave it just open and empty. Most of the ideas just seem like doing shelves and bookshelves and random barrels and some cobwebs, which is what I was already thinking, so I guess it's kind of just, I'm on my own. Hush, Nixie, you're alright. Yeah, most of these aren't really actual good concepts, to be honest. They're kind of boring. They're kind of the same thing that I was thinking, but worse. And they're all mostly modded as well. And I don't do modded stuff. Well, that was a terrible idea. Oh, that's the other thing I forgot. I gotta make armor stands and start including those in some of the builds as well, to have some display stuff. Yeah, there's really no decent ideas for attics, to be honest. So I guess we're just gonna kind of wing it and hope it turns out alright. I don't know, I've never really had an attic in a house, so I've never really had anything that I could base it off of. Most of these are based off of my real experiences, and like what rooms I like and stuff, and I can't do that with an attic, because I've never really had an attic. We've always rented houses and never had an attic, so I guess we'll just be messing around with things. So yeah, I'm a mute, and I'm gonna mess around with decorating the house and hopefully get it quite closer to finishing. You guys are welcome to still chat and chat. I'll be still watching chat. You're welcome to still stick around and listen to some of the sounds and audios of Minecraft as a way to just chill out. And I will unmute once in a while, but for now, I will sign off as far as audio goes, as far as microphone goes. And I appreciate everyone that has stuck around so far, and if you leave, that's alright, but I hope you have a good day. Talk to you guys here and there soon. So I know if anyone's still watching, this is turning into a bit of a mess as far as the whole porch looks quite odd, but I do have a plan behind it, I promise. It's just not exactly playing out the way that I intended. So I was originally just going to leave it as an open top, like little deck space, but then I wanted to add lighting, so I had to add some hanging so that I could add lighting, and then I started making it a little roofed. So basically it's supposed to be like a miniature little deck that's going to be partially covered or mostly covered, but like very lax in covering. I don't know. I might end up completely destroying the roof once I finish it because it looks bad, but I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. Well, it definitely wasn't my original intention with the porch, but I think it actually turned out pretty well. I think it looks nice. I like it. It looks alright. It's got some leaves, and I was trying to match that it was like an upper floor to the bottom one, which makes sense, so I think it turned out alright. So that's another part of the house done. Eventually, when we have a front yard, we'll probably continue those leaves down some more, so they're not just up there, although I kind of like the idea of them just being up there, because it's like escaping that porch. So yeah, I think it turned out okay. I'm probably going to take some time to trade with villagers and collect some more supplies, but slowly but surely working through the house. be honest, I don't really know how long I'll be streaming. I'm still working on the house while I'm sitting here, but I really don't know how long I have or what's going on. We're getting quite progress. We're about halfway done, I'd probably say. We've got what, this whole hallway, that one room, and then the downstairs are finished, so probably about halfway done. I do, however, have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be sitting here as an AFK spot. Yeah, I don't know how long this will be going. I'm still just decorating as long as I possibly can. He just messaged me that he just barely got back to his friend's house, and he was planning on staying there for a bit after he had gotten back, so I assume it'll be a while before he gets all the way home, since he was going to still stay there after he got back, and he just barely got there. I do need to harvest some more dark oak very soon, I'm thinking. Whoa, my controller just glitched out a bit. Oh, that's why, because it's logs and planks. Whoopsies. And I'm going to decorate some more of the house, but I don't know how much more, or what's gonna go on with the rest of the house, so I'll have to look up some more ideas as well. But I'm grateful for anyone that's still sticking around to watch. I might get back to talking semi-soon. I'm kind of in the mood to talk a little again. Not sure yet, though. I am gonna use trapdoors as the stairway. A little change there. Not what I meant to do. I can stay there. And then I thought that just adds a little bit of change to the stairway that looks nice. I'd put a trapdoor here, but I don't know how I would change it to make it fit right. So, anyways, I'll probably add a door and some trapdoors as a wall here. Maybe add some different type of trapdoors and then a door maybe. No, I think I like the open. But anyways, yeah, I do have to go to the bathroom, and she might have to as well, so I'm going to just sit on the little deck part of this house for a little bit. Briefly. You guys can watch the sunset and chill out in the nighttime for a little bit. Be right back. I am back to building and stuff. Oh, sorry, my show was still playing. I had to feed the dog because it's about the time for her to have dinner. She went nuts because we got a different topper. I collect a bunch of toppers whenever I'm out and about for like different canned foods and wet foods and special dog foods and stuff, because the toppers usually help entice her to eat more. And one of the last times I was at PetSmart, I collected some like home style ones. They're like Simply Nutrish or whatever, home style meal toppers. And she is absolutely going nuts for it. She loves it so much. I didn't know she would love it that much, but it is literally just human food that's safe for dogs, pretty much, from what I can tell. It's literally just like rice and some veggies and some meat, and it's, yeah. So it's basically like she gets the people food that I share with her once in a while. So, yeah, she's going nuts and currently devouring her entire bowl of food, so I might even have to give her a little more afterwards. And I'm sure I'll probably have to bring her out in a second when she finishes eating, because she usually begs to go out the second she finishes eating. But slowly but surely we'll be working on this house some more. I want to work from the second floor down, probably, ideally, so that we can finish the second floor off and then go back down to the first floor. But I'm not sure what to do with that last room, so I'll have to figure it out. I'll look for some ideas and stuff. And I might be pausing here and there as far as standing still just to get some stuff done IRL with the dog and stuff like that. So fair warning on that. I assume I'll be streaming for at least probably another hour, roughly, considering he did just get back to his buddy's house not that long ago, and he usually spends quite a while there. So should be at least a little while longer, but anyways, I'll always update before I get off anyways. We have been streaming for 5 hours. We are on a roll of getting really long streams lately. Yeah, I don't know. He might be staying out late. He might just be staying out for a bit. I don't know. He never tells me and he never knows, so who knows. I'm hoping I can finish the interior of the house so we can start working on some nice gardens outside, because I would love to add some more gardens around it. But for now, we're just working on the interior because I don't want to start working on gardens until after I can say I finished the inside, so yeah. Nixie, leave the cat alone. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to music because I'm kind of intensely involved in the show right now. Season 12, episode 8 right now, and of course, if anyone knows, this is around the Lucifer era. I won't say what, but I will say Lucifer era. So it's all pretty intense and like a lot going on, and I quite like it, so I'm gonna keep watching it. Thank you guys for still watching if you are, and I appreciate you all. I hope you guys are still having a good night. Alright, time for another update. So I finished the whole bottom floor. I think I'll have to fill in item frames over time, especially getting a clock. Actually, I'm gonna do that real quick since I keep forgetting to do it. But overall, it is pretty much as done as it's gonna get for right now. I like the idea of it, and I like the way it turned out. I ended up doing the bottom floor instead of the top floor first because I couldn't think of what to do in this little side room in the top floor here. I was going to make it a pet room, but then I realized the open window I didn't really want to have as the pet room, so I was kind of trying to figure out what to do with it, and then I was like, well, I can at least put the pet room downstairs, and then I knew I wanted a living room downstairs, and then I just kind of added the extra decor around it. So, pretty well. I like the kind of cramped atmosphere. I like the abundance of plants and life and all that. I like the little cat posts I put everywhere and stuff, and the dog beds and all that. This little corner room that I added, ended up filling in is going to be the dog room, so I can move the dogs into there, and I'll actually probably have a puppy to put in the little puppy pen there. And then the dogs can sit by their beds. And then, yeah, so that's going to be the setup for that. I'm not sure. I was going to try to find a way to fit a pet stand here somewhere, but I'm not sure where I could put it. I guess I could put it here, but it wouldn't really work because of the window. So I'm not sure where I want to put it, if I can fit it. I don't think I can fit it, sadly. I wanted to put like a little cat space out here, but I really can't. I don't have much space for it anywhere. Yeah, so that's pretty much the bottom floor, and now I just have that one last room to do upstairs somehow with something, and then the hallway of the upstairs to finish, and then we can work on outside, which will be really fun to do. I tried to make lanterns mostly down instead of up on this ceiling, so that they're a little bit more kind of naturally placed instead of just kind of thrown everywhere. I mean, granted, they're still everywhere, but I wanted them to still at least have natural positioning instead of the way that I had them originally. I kind of like how it turned out. I think it turned out quite nice. I think that I can put some barrels in the little entryway here as like storage space for when you come in. So the concept is this is like a little mudroom, so the barrels would be the concept of kind of cabinets for kind of concept of like cabinets equivalent for like shoes and stuff like that. So I don't know, I think they look kind of nice. I think I'm going to change the lantern to be need to pick pocket. I think I'm going to change the lantern to be, I kind of want to put it on the leaves. Oh, I can hang it from the barrel. I'm not sure where I want the lantern to be. I'm not sure if I even like this full-on barrel look. It looks a little too crowded to me. But I don't know, I kind of do like it. There's something missing here. Maybe like an upside-down stair or something. That way you can still access the barrels. But it looks like it's a little better put together. Yeah, that's better, okay. And then we have all of the downstairs. So now I have to figure out what to do with this room up here, which I'm not entirely sure about. I have no concepts for it yet. I was gonna do a pet room, but the open window makes that kind of redundant. I mean, I can close off the window, but I like it being open. Yeah, I guess I'll have to look up some ideas and figure out what to do here, and then I'll start decorating the hallway, and then we'll be done with the house. I'm really hoping I can finish the house before he gets home. He still hasn't messaged me that he left yet, so I don't know. I should have time in theory, but he also, like, randomly decides to message me or doesn't message me at all when he leaves sometimes, so I don't know when I'll have time for. But we hit 6-hour mark of a stream. I don't know what our longest stream is, but we're getting close to it, that's for sure. If not already past it. I'm still watching Supernatural in the background, so I'm still gonna be muted, but season 12, episode 10, it just keeps on going and going and going. Nixie did manage to tear open that toy that I said she hadn't torn open yet that I gave her back, so there's stuffing everywhere, but I'm kind of just letting her do whatever she wants with it, because if she really wants to destroy it, oh well. There's, like, fluff everywhere. Anyways, back to building and looking for some concepts then. I guess theoretically I'll just make this a kid's room because I don't know what else to do with it. So I'll probably do like, oh geez, I forgot to use Silk Touch. I'll probably close off the window and then make like a bunk bed and some shelving and furniture and stuff and just make it like a spare bedroom or a kid's room, I guess. I don't know. It works if I ever would have other people on this, but I was hoping to keep this a survival, single player world, so I don't know, but I guess I'll just make it a spare bedroom. That's all I can really think of for right now. I've done pretty much every room I can think of, so it's not really much that I can do besides making this extra, so alright, back to that, I guess. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Oop, my show is still playing. I'm just finishing up decorating my house. I'm only muted because it's been a pretty long stream for me, so it's hard for me to keep up with things to say the entire time, but I'm just trying to finish up the house decor. We've decorated almost all of the house, and then we have to move on to the outside of it, which is going to be a little difficult, so yeah, there's a lot to do, and I've just been kind of chilling watching Supernatural while I get some builds done. I really appreciate the follow though, thank you. I hope you stick around or tune in for another stream when I'm actually able to keep up with talking. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, I appreciate that. I actually can do a house tour in a second. I'm almost finished with this room. And then I can do a quick updated house tour. And then I can work on the hallway, which will be the last part. I'm just trying to add in some pet areas for this room since it's going to be like a spare bedroom type of idea. Which is taking longer than I wanted it to. Something like that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do a quick house tour while you're around. I don't play with multiplayer right now just because I don't have the PlayStation Plus to be able to play on multiplayer since I'm playing on a PS4, which annoyingly requires PlayStation Plus to be able to do much of anything as far as multiplayer goes. I need to scooch this over one, I think, real quick. And then I'll do a quick house tour so far, since I'm almost completed with it. A lot of my decoration is pretty old school as far as it's a lot of repetitive patterns and a lot of repetitive old school blocks. I don't use very many new blocks, just because I am pretty used to the older versions of Minecraft and playing like on PS3 is usually my main platform before I started streaming, so I tend to kind of just use the same tricks over and over again. So 1 second. Alright, I'll take a rain check on that house tour. I've got some other stuff to do. Sorry for the dog barking, but I will still be playing, and I'll probably try to do a house tour in a little bit. Alright, so pardon the background noise, but this will be the updated house tour and me checking to make sure everything's well lit before I get the outside done the next time. This is the exterior of the house. We have the garden over here. We have multiple entry doors. There's a back entry door as well. This is the main entry. Little like laundry room type, or not laundry room, mudroom type room. You come inside. There's the kitchen over here with a fridge and everything. There is a dining room. We have nice little calendars and little dog and cat perches everywhere. We have the greenhouse type area. We have some living room decor right here. We have a dog room, which I'll be moving the dogs into very shortly. We come around this corner, we have the cat room where the cats are already. We have the library, which has 2 stories. You go back here into the mud and laundry room / work shed, where you have a wood stove, washer, dryer, all that sort of needs. We have all our random decor around here. You go upstairs into the hallway, we have a clock again. We have a spare bedroom with a desk and some animal perches and a bunk bed. It needs some extra lighting, I think. Yeah, I think it needs some extra lighting in the corner here. Not that anything will spawn right here, but still. Which has a little secret entry to the porch, which I'll go over next. Go this way. I also need to replace this with a stair so that it's easier to get up there. Where's a stair? Everything is on pause for a second. And let me grab some lanterns and chains in case I need to add extra lighting. Okay, back to what I was saying. So, this is the porch. It's supposed to be a continuation of the downstairs greenhouse area. There's multiple ways to get in. There's a lot of glowing glowberries around. There's a desk for a workspace. There's some plants growing. It's all roofed in. There's a way to get out. It's all got some overflowing leaves and everything up here and greenery that are kind of spilling out of the area is the idea. You come back in. There's another calendar here. You go into here, which is my bedroom. I have a few cats, a desk, a bunch of bookshelves, a little lifted bed, some more cats, the little fairy light curtain idea. We have a hall closet here. We have a little shelf area. We have the office space, which is going to be my AFK room, where I can sit right here. There's a calendar, there's a clock, there's a little computer setup. Over here is the deck. This is the little deck. It has a little bit of greenery and a chair and a little table and all of this and another escape route so I can just jump off because I get tired of going through all the stairs. Everything seems well lit enough. Down here underneath the stairs is our enchantment area, a level 30 enchantment table. We have some chests and a crafting table for that. We have the stairway up to here, which is just our storage area, a little bit of minimal decoration to have some functionality for if we need to smelt anything, as well as all of our organized chests so far with item frames. And then we have a little decorated space here that's just some extra space. We have an open window to go out to the roof if we need to. And then you go upstairs, or up the ladder, to get to the attic, which is the final part of the house. The attic is just kind of a mishmash of random decor and things that would be left around, some candles, a spare bed, extra workstation type items, some books, all this type of stuff. We added a couple ghostly like figures in the windows to be able to see from outside. We have one window that's open so that you can go out, but these little figures are in the window. One's holding a candle and the other is holding, I believe, a fishing rod. I can't remember. You can't really see it anyways, but. And then we have them all kind of grown in and hidden in the attic as little ghostly figures. We have some torches up here on the roof because of issues with mob spawning, although I probably will switch those to lanterns anyways, just because it'll keep with the theme. I know I don't need this many. Again, as you can see by the rest of the world, I have the old player habit of just lighting the hell out of everything to prevent mob spawning, because mobs would spawn very easily in the old school gameplay, and I'm still used to that. So there's just torches spammed absolutely everywhere at all times, which I'll eventually fix once this is a little bit closer to being completed and having a few more builds, but for now that's staying as it is. And then we have, yeah, that's pretty much it for the house. You can go all the way down. I will sleep real quick and then show the exterior and what I have for plans for the outside. Let me put these away. I will go sleep in my bedroom, and then I will go show the exterior. Alright, down here, if you go either outside normally or outside through this door, you end up in the garden, one of many to be added. There's one normal entrance, there's a pathway that connects all the entrances, a couple trees, some sweet berries, storage, composter. We have one lonesome bee in this beehive since the other two decided to sting me and die. We have a bunch of flowers, a fallen tree. There's some added little archways over the two main exits. There's our little bee friend. And then I want to add in a garden around this edge, so that you have to go through the garden walkway to get to the front door. And then I want to fill in these garden boxes here. And then I hope to add another garden on this edge to really round everything out and add some more depth to everything of the build, which will probably have like a fountain and things. For a full world tour, I'll probably wait until the next time I'm streaming. I'm probably going to play at least a little bit longer for now, but I just wanted to get the house tour done. I do have to replenish some of my supplies that I used up in this house tour, so I have to do some farming and some villager trades and stuff like that. But yeah, we finally finished the interior, so that's at least a positive step. It took a long time to get this done. This has been many episodes of me procrastinating, and then multiple episodes of me actually working on it, and I didn't think I'd actually get it done today, but I guess I had the time. So yeah, this is the little exterior panorama of it. All of the lighting, all of the setup, and yeah, that's that for right now. That's our house. So we did it. I'm gonna go back on mute. For anyone that's stuck around, I hope you guys are having a good day, and thank you for sticking around. And I'm glad to be able to show a finished house finally, and it's nice. I'll probably at least do the outlines for the gardens too today. Alright, well, I gotta get off to get going and do some dinner and have the rest of my night, so this is what we have so far. We did the outline of the gardens to work on next time. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be streaming Friday. I did cancel the schedule, just in case I'm not. Other than that, if I don't stream again, I will see you guys on Monday. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend, and I hope you take care of yourselves. Thank you for stopping in. I'll see you next time. Bye!